Danganronpa.
Hey guys. Danganronpa time. Oh yeah. Just a second. No longer blue, I see. I mean, I can make myself blue. I mean, I can just go right here. That's the wrong button. I can just go, bam. I'm blue. But I won't. Because I don't know why it does that. It, like, my white balance on my webcam resets every time I open OBS. It's weird. Like, it's just a minor annoyance. It's a really easy fix. It's just irritating to have to do every time. Did I get Link the Bad End? Yeah, I did. And, the fuck? The fuck is all I can say, man. Like, messed up. Aoi gets a man harem. Births the children of both Byakuya, Makoto, and Hiro. Like, and at some point Toko died in there. Yeah, Hiro wasn't wrong. Like, he makes that joke that the mother of his children and Byakuya's children would be the same person. And in the bad end, that's actually true. Hey, Mishen. Yeah, I saw that. Like, I saw the change to the Wix 1 through 4. That's insane. That's so good. Because of the song in Rock Band 4 that he's been playing a lot. Like, I totally understand. Oh yeah, my camera looks fine now. Like, it's an easy fix. It's just OBS decides when it opens up to reset my camera's white balance to all the way down. I just have to turn the slider back to where it is before. That's all. You watch the anime, so you're pretty aware of what's happening? Well, they do some different stuff. Dropping frames all over for you, by the way. I'm not dropping any frames here. Like, I have 0 drop frames. So it is actually just you. Make sure, if you're having problems, to turn your quality down. Hit that cog on the video. And if you need to, turn your settings down. Group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game, began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Where are we at now? This is the beginning of chapter 6.
Anyway,
Right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Alright. She should have Monokuma's key still.
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school,
That's
right? We should be able to use it on this door. Maybe because I'm live myself? Yeah, you shouldn't watch other people's streams while you're streaming yourself, to be honest. Sorry you're having problems though watching, man.
Indeed.
We can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Find out.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go! Alright. You'll stream that you're streaming while streaming another stream being hosted by a streamer? Damn. I wish I was that cool. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. I can't believe the chat's so active already. Like, normally when I start streaming this game, it takes a while for people to pile in. Everybody's here already. Wasn't even time to take a breath of relief because the real fight had just begun. Either miss your favorite streams or disappoint your audience by ending your stream to watch another. Kinda. I mean, at the same time, like, if I'm going to a stream, like, if I'm stopping streaming to, like, go mod someone else's stream or something, I always host it. So there's always a good side, like, because if I'm hosting somebody, it's because I know that their quality's good. I don't host random people. It's people who I know I have watched and I either know personally or I know that their quality is good enough and maybe they're just not getting the viewers they should be getting, or it's somebody who gets a lot of viewers that I happen to mod for. In any case, I'll just host them because, hey, like, occasionally a big streamer, I've gotten hosted a couple of times by a couple big streamers, and it's nice, so I like to return the favor in any way I can. Okay. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. Green Power Star is now hosting me. Thank you, man. Thank you for the host. Started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it landed, or where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Huh, shameless upskirt. Yeah, you're right. Now that you said that, I'm getting kinda nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So, Yoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work?
So...
Ever since I can remember. Hey, Divine. You see nothing, knock it off. I mean... What if she just has, like, an incredibly dark butt? Like, what if that's not shadows, but in fact just her skin tone? At, like, mid-butt level. You don't know. None of us know. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Was your family
Wrong.
famous? Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. It's like your family tradition, right? So, because we take pride in
Indeed.
it. A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. This is how we uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence.
It's true.
Kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because like I said, it's our source of pride. So that explains... Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her, because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
Yet, I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. The reason you gave up that pride to go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because of how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. But you're reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's something I want to talk to my father
However-
about. There's something I want to say to him. No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face.
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising
However-
future, but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Yeah, he did go to 2chan for info on the school. That's actually a thing he did. Yeah, why aren't we climbing? We're just in this one spot. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you
Right.
with him. If that was true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me, because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative, and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's why anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there is one thing. Fuck. I keep forgetting Nightbot. Thank you, Kennel. Nightbot. Join. Really?
So...
Way everyone else looked at me, I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good
However-
thing. But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. The Shadow's been following me my entire life, and I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
In order to remove him from my life forever, I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. Your family, just to cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond, so instead, I said nothing. Well, we've learned more about Kyoko in the last 10 minutes of gameplay than we've known about her the entire game. But it's not because she wouldn't tell us, it's that she didn't know. Because apparently she had amnesia. And as for the whole cold as ice thing, if she's this ultra detective, like this ultimate detective, she would have trained herself for a super long time on how to be completely neutral. Just like, to hide all emotion, and any emotion you do feel, don't let it get in the way of what you're trying to do.
Indeed.
On the other side of the door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. This is the trap door in the garbage room, right?
That's right.
Fairly certain this is where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Hatch open with ease, and so... You still don't get the point of the extra student that just died? Oh wow, okay. Enough that time to add something to the Nightbot. Hold on. Bam, blacklist. Add. That's a new one. Alright. Save changes. Okay, so the bot should catch that from now on. I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. Hey, NJS. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. I would never have gotten out of there without you. I was just returning the favor. This is the trash room. The dump, in other words. To be honest, I don't think I've seen anyone throw anything away down here. Let's talk with Kyoko then. Hey Rosa. Pathos. This is the trash room, the dump, in other words. To be honest, I don't think... Okay, so... Now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too, you helped me, so they might...
Listen.
Worried?
So then
let's just get a concrete answer.
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping.
however,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out, and it's not like we can run away. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry, what you think is going to happen isn't, because the mastermind isn't... The mastermind is the one that's ensnared.
so
Mastermind stood exposed during the instigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the Mastermind let their guard down.
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm super uneasy about this, I agree. We don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Well now.
Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe it!
But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? We really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
Shing!
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again.
Me angry!
And this time, I won't leave anything to chance.
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to.
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right?
Hey!
Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Set up the latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill
in
me.
other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. More than that, you must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
however,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you, the entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter Ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And you can prove this, right?
Wow.
No, I can't. Make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is never ever there is only ever one absolute truth. I don't know where the never came from. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
However,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed,
Not you I'm trying to convince. If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
indeed,
Imagine what everyone else out there would think of you if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
You can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. You have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
what we have
then I
to do.
suggest you take my advice. Damn. What is this advice of
it's
yours?
true.
Do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle
between hope and despair.
between hope and despair.
Hey,
That would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? This would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. What reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Hey, Jerfro. Hey, Sturries. Lulu.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong?
I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little, so time for bear jokes. Now, what you've suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a
in
climax.
other words,
You guys!
We do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause your unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown.
Barrett!
This is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting
You
end.
guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do
I can
that,
barely contain
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
Definitely need a hope facepalm. We gotta get to those 25 subs in order for me to get those emotes, guys. So, I could probably ask an artist, like, I could pay an artist probably to make a hope facepalm, but we gotta get to those 25 emotes, or those 25 subs to get the 2 new emote slots so that I can actually have that made and have it submitted. So, with your guys' help, we could have one. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? Still want to see a Danganronpa hope emote? Well, once we get to those emote slots, we can start talking about what we want those emotes to be. Because I don't have any made already right now, so...
Hey,
Before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. You remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure, so what? I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before and it bears repeating. Everything is based on school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception for that. A very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
listen.
Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry!
I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. But get lost, would ya? Why is he so angry all of a sudden?
Hey!
Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. Super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. A poo hoo 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 hoo. Monokuma's unstable laughter seeming to cling to us as he walked away. I started thinking about the body that we had found. And now I've got like a couple more curiosities, a couple more suspicions, but I don't actually know for certain. Somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Hope you're not late. No, we just got started. We barely made it out of there alive. Oh my god, Rich, please.
However,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Come on, guys. My phone, my phone never gets messages, and now I'm getting a ton of them today. So I guess I must be important. Still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. Why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept.
because
All because of that one moment the mastermind let their guard down.
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right?
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
Don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. The kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull
However,
off, and yet somehow the mastermind was able to
In
do
other
it.
words,
Think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult.
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world?
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. All the rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed
in
anybody.
other words,
The mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. The fashion model had long red nails. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's one of the things that made me curious, because there were two things that popped back up in my head from the beginning of the game. It's that the model, Junko, she had the red nails, she had that hairstyle that I was looking at, and when you talk to her in the very beginning of the game, she, I remember Makoto said, wow, she looked a lot different in person than she did in the magazines. And she said blatantly, oh, it's deeply photoshopped, which you don't really think about. But, I mean, even models, they Photoshop out blemishes and stuff. And, you know, like, they enhance certain aspects, but they don't look completely different.
correct.
So I'm wondering if that has to do with anything. The mastermind has an ultimate grill. That's the whole point of this.
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept.
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's the goal, as the ultimate despair. They want to prove that despair is better than hope? And that's ridiculous.
It's true.
It is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that no one but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. Think you figured who the mastermind is? Hank Hill? That's right. I mean, he found a school that had no grills, especially no propane or propane accessories, and now he is on a killing spree. He wants to show just how bad charcoal is in comparison. A group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair, but is it really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer? I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness.
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got it. Hold on, hold on. Oh man, if I still have this image. If I still have this image. Demi, thank you. Thank you, Demi. Thank you for following. Do I still have it? Yes. Yes, I do. So, if Hank Hill was in this game, this is how he would look. This is the mastermind of the game, guys. This right here. This is the mastermind. He's ready to fuck. He's ready to stomp some people. See? He's ready to go. If the mastermind simply ignored the rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
At the very least.
Why the Keyblade? Because reasons. The Keyblade's propane-powered, exactly.
Indeed.
Haven't violated a single one of the regulations. Junko broke the rules. So she was punished, but in that case, they couldn't lay a finger on. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all the proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be a killer.
It's true.
Thanks to you, and due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
Prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your
However-
challenge? It's only thanks to you that we've got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest
Wrong.
clue. In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
whew,
But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. That's right, Junko got gung-neared. Be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. Another suspicious thing about the Junko body. Junko got speared through the chest. Multiple times, right? That body that exploded. That we investigated last time. What part of that body exploded? So that we just couldn't examine any of it. I'm thinking. It's all starting to just... It's moving around in there. It's moving around. I'm thinking. Why is no one trying to stop this crazy bear? It's because they can't, as Demi says. Presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd showed my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy.
however,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this
Correct.
time, or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. We can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind.
however,
Is that really possible?
anyway,
right now we have
Shall
to
we
go
go?
find the others. They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go? There are several Monokuma placed around the school, each with detonation devices in them. I don't know about that. Right, dorms. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to Hiro again. Dining hall? He has a virus.
Whew.
I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit.
However,
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
We broke him. Did you know that Celestia's curls were actually a wig? Yeah, I figured.
You survived?
Jeez, you're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Everyone was there, all my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
What's that
What
smell?
the heck?
Makoto, he smells like a wet dog. In a flash, my tears dried up. Okay.
Yo,
Like hanging in the spirit world. I didn't go to the spirit
you
world.
know?
Get to talk to her? Miss Cleo. I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? Isn't Miss Cleo that, like, tarot card lady who used to be on at, like, 2 in the morning that you'd have to call and pay, like, $5 a minute to talk to? Still can't believe you survived. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they have their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you. What I think of the bad ending picture, that it was all kinds of fucked up. What have you guys been doing? Well, we figured since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again. No dice. All the rooms that were locked before are still locked. Yeah, in the picture for the bad ending, it's a picture of Byakuya, Hiro, Makoto, and Aoi all standing around each other smiling. Byakuya is holding a picture of Toko, who clearly died at some point, and there are 3 kids in the picture. One of Byakuya's kid, one of Makoto's kid, and one of Hiro's kid. So it seems like Aoi got a harem, and they all just decided to live in the school.
I'm telling you!
Rotten physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Just rolling around in garbage for a while. The smell, you smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. Toko doesn't bathe, though. Like,
Makoto.
alright. There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma. But is it okay that you're here? What if the Mastermind Cats
It's
is here?
true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial.
Huh?
Toko's very creepy. I agree.
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it like I keep
Wrong.
telling you. Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you.
I see.
What she's saying is it was the work of the mastermind.
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time. And the mastermind agreed. Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
That was a YouTube link? Jesus. I don't want to disable links for you guys, so...
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial when you said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? But there's more to it than that. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school.
But
But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything.
Anyway,
Probably guessed it already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh no!
I hate you.
Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway,
At this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle, a rather interesting development, I'd say. But figuring out who the mastermind is, and how they killed Mukuro, and all the school's mysteries, it's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. Yeah, there is a Nightbot command to, like, permit somebody. But I don't want to have to do that for everyone. I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. Working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries. That's what I thought too at first. So Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. The very polarizing approach. Anyway, here's the hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but Killing Game began with the 16 participants, all of them high school students. The only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? And Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. But why?
So, in other words...
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in the school.
In other words...
According to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the game. Then the mastermind is a student. There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro and you get 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them.
That's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now?
What?
You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way.
You can't be serious. You can't say that for what's true yet. Just before I was gonna start streaming, Twitch actually went down for a couple of minutes. I don't know if Twitch is having issues today. But, like, just keep trying, guys.
indeed.
certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. They're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but...
I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation.
This is a school announcement.
I actually think I might know.
You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Alright. I wonder, is this still not going to be picked up today? Is it still see-through? It's still see-through. Okay. More blue drink, aka I'm going to be drinking the screen because blue drink does not show up on the green screen for some reason. It did at one point. But, it doesn't want to anymore.
That's fine.
A reminder, guys, at the bottom of the video, you see the sub goal, 15 out of 25. We have 15 subs right now. Aiming for that 25. So if you have $5 and you want to support the stream directly, want those cool emotes, and want to help us towards getting to those new emotes, $5 a month, hit that sub button, and I will do my very best to make your $5 worthwhile. There's also a follow button, as you saw Demi earlier demonstrate. If you are new to the stream, I stream every day, so hit that follow button. The numbers mean everything. I'd rather you guys be entertained than anything else.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Goodbye. Well then, after making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall.
Hey.
You blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or the coffee. You're useless. Yeah, but that means we're like a Waffle House mug. Those things are made of titanium, so we're useful. Now she's gone, and you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
Right. Leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
Just a second.
How about that?
Wait and see, I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. But, in a few days, I should have some gaming glasses. No Scope, the sponsor, was nice enough to send me, 2 things of gaming glasses, 2 different kinds. I'm gonna try them out, because the reason I don't stream for as long as I do is, like, either, you know, I want to go eat something, but most of the time it's because my eyes just get strained after staring at a screen for so long. So I'm hoping that these glasses, when I get them, will reduce the eye strain. I used to have gaming glasses before. They were Gunners, and they came pre-scratched, which was ultra nice. But they weren't very good. We're not talking about Gunners. We're talking about no-scope gaming glasses, which are a sponsor of the stream now, which is super nice. Grab the boob. I don't want to grab the boob. I don't want to put the moves on Hina.
Because, I mean...
I depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been there, if you wouldn't have been here, I would have died. It's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
Okay.
360 no scopes? Yes. Dude, you'll be 420, 360 elite no scoping and wrecking all the scrubs. That's the plan, man. I'm gonna pull open Call of Duty and I'm gonna go like 2 and 50 and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I did good. I got 2 kills. Oh yeah. Gonna be so good.
Indeed.
So will Kyoko let you go with her?
However,
Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we still can't work together.
so...
That goes for all of us. Then we can get back together and share what we found.
So then... Correct.
We should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school.
Makoto.
We can go to the biolab now. 11037. Oh, I thought it meant Leet. I'm sorry. I'm bad. Hey, Necroman, how are you doing, dude? I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. Time to investigate. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. You're doing well? I'm doing pretty good too, man. Second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before. They should be open now, right? Garden in the dojo. Places to check. Headmaster's room, biolab, data center, second floor dorms, garden in the dojo. So let's check the dojo. Well, you're a crappy Monokuma. So this is where you are.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting that you want me out of your sight? The chick is weird, man. I didn't find anything, not a single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Give me back my precious time.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. Master will call me that. I'm not sure I can disagree with that, actually. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? I'm just gonna go away. We're just We're gonna run. Okay, get away from her. The body's gone. So this must have been moved recently if the scorch marks haven't been moved away yet. But if it's not in here either, then it must be that tarp. Killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It says the biolab. And we couldn't even get into the biolab before, which means it had to be whoever this mastermind is, because no one could get in there. Alright. Yeah, the crime scene's been tainted, man. The body's been moved. Still want to know why that says Crazy Diamond. Alright, let's go check the biolab. Yeah, I know. Mondo's gang was named the Crazy Diamond. I know that much. I don't know why, that pickaxe is labeled with Crazy Diamond, though. Oh my god, is this an autopsy room? They have bodies in here, don't they? The fridge for storing dead bodies. Morgue. That. Yes, that thing. On the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights, and only some of the lights are on. The right-hand lights are off. So then this is where all the bodies are. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So there's 16 lights, so there's 9 dead bodies. Storage. Aoi, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, Kyoko, Makoto, That's weird. Why does a high school have a morgue? Because reasons. The ultimate necrophiliac lives here? Ew, dude. some kind of booklet here. An instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimal settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. What? What? Why would you what? Why would you want that leather what? Some kind of makeshift morgue. Looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is. Can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died. But it's still a morgue in a school. I know, it's weird, dude. Like, I don't know why. I don't have any other option. Since Mukuro's body disappeared from the garden, could it be in here? I need to check, but I have no idea how to open this thing. Let's look at the instruction manual. Is that all there is in here? Icicles hanging from the monitor. There's 5 students left, but two bodies missing. I think Junko's still alive. I'm saying it now. Because if he followed the rules the whole time through the game, if Monokuma followed the rules the whole time through the game, that means all the other deaths that happened, it had to have been real, and it had to have been a real killer associated with it. Junko is the only one who was not killed by somebody else. But that doesn't explain the 7th. The headmaster could still be very much alive, but from what we know, even if the headmaster's alive, he's not part of the student body that's part of the school. So if he's not a part of the 16 people that are in the school, the headmaster should have nothing to do with it. I want to look in this room again. How do you survive all that stabbing? I don't know. Okay, there's nothing here. Well, true, yeah, Sakura suicided, that's right. But we know for a fact that was suicide. Okay, so we've checked the biolab. There was something on the 4th floor. The data center. The Monokuma door in the data center. Anyone can lie. It's true. We don't know anything yet. Like, we know some stuff, but we don't know everything. Yeah, it was the headmaster's room, this room in here, and the 2nd floor dorms. Yeah. I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured, if all the doors in the school are unlocked, that one had to be open too, right? Though I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean,
Because it might explode, right? And that'd really suck. Sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Thanks, Nina. Thanks. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. There was no explosion. My first impression was, this place is really totally sci-fi. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Right now I'm more concerned about the weird device. Wait a minute, there was something on that. There's like a scrape on it. What is this device? Looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something. Kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Boom'd probably freak out if we saw it. I don't think it's a program. I think whoever it is directly controlling Monokuma because A, there's basically a cockpit here, and we established earlier that whoever is doing something, they can't monitor the cameras and use Monokuma at the same time. We established that earlier when we distracted Monokuma for Kyoko to be able to get into the headmaster's office. So we know that for a fact. The Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit.
okay.
Let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing at the control panel.
Huh?
Did you hear that? I think it came from the other room. I think it was that one, the button that says Data Center. There was a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. Just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. So, do you have the second game, and are you going to stream it too? I don't have the second game. But if I did get it, I would stream it. 100%. Is that another YouTube link? So those buttons summon a Monokuma to the room that you hit. Okay. Give me all your donuts.
What?
Oh man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera setup? You don't even know what you're controlling? I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Are you seriously gonna push it? The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside controls Monokuma directly. Alright, I will add YouTube links. So guys, I'm gonna be I'm adding YouTube links to the spam blacklist, so Because that's what the bots are spamming today, so it's what I have to do. If you guys want to post YouTube links, my mods are immune to the spam bot, the spam blacklist. So if you guys have a YouTube link that you want to post, whisper it to a mod or something, and I'm sure they'll post it for you. Monokuma. What do you mean? You were controlling just now. It was Monokuma. Looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma, which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. You are definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And the control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words...
Hey.
Maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time.
But...
If the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? If that is true... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. The only people to come into the to Hope's Peak Academy are those 16 students. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible, but I really hope it's not true. You want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. The door just locked on its own. Right, it's locked, but why? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted.
Just a second.
Hey,
It's for your benefit, because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would be if the school mascot just up and stopped moving.
Yep.
You may have guessed that's where my controls are. They're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
You're a liar.
That doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? Too bad, that was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
The hatch can't be opened from outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'm gonna be relying on you guys to tell the others. Is he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? If you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
And when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. There's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here.
You got it.
Out, see you later. I have to do what I can too. The headmaster's office. I've heard an awful lot about it, and this will be my first time seeing it for myself. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious.
Come on. Not possible. Such ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember this moment. What?
Come on. Not possible. Such...
Fine, Byakuya. Would you like to see something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious deck. Desk. Student registry? Contains profiles for all of us, and Mukuro.
So, in other words...
Apparently class number 78 refers to us. At least I said deck and not like dick or something. Also mentioned class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. Since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers, there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy just like the rest of us. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible, but what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry, she only got the first page. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages.
So, in other words...
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro than we still didn't have.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I had a bad feeling about this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair, and I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. But the body we found that was supposedly Mukuro had scars and wounds that had healed up that were from like days old or longer, right? Fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my favorite students after all. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. Wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? But why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it was the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within that file you should note. Did you notice the picture? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. Further information about the girl is included in the file. 5'7", 97 pounds, and it lists her vitals 31, 22, 32.
Stop talking.
What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Was I interested in visiting a GDQ in the future? I've always been kind of interested in it, because I'm always watching them anyways. like, I've watched all the GDQ stuff for the past 3 years. But, like, I just never have money to even think about trying to go. There's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm,
It's all
right?
clear now.
All I'm trying to say, what you do with that information is your business. I speedrun Danganronpa? Yeah, totally. Bit of advice for me to use, so I suggest you pay attention. You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. Not that they're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Don't put too much faith in her.
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. Just what I think, call it a hunch. My hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. Even in the headmaster's room, there's a surveillance camera. The dorms. Exactly right. I was just thinking for a moment. I'm sorry. Time to go to the second floor. Fuck happened here? Looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield, like a bomb blew up in here or something. Blood. Red blood. The red blood means it's been there for a very long time. Not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. Okay. Nothing in there. Are you fucking joking? Oh, there's nothing to look at in here. Okay. What's in here? Must have been for Hope's Peak students that came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Oh, let's do left from right. Metal plate mounted on the locker. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. Can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even gonna bother trying. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. Just give it a try. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. I have a theory. Once I look at all these lockers, I'm totally gonna check it out, though. Checking all of them. Why are there plates over the lockers? I don't know. So weird. Room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult
Correct.
atmosphere. It's the headmaster's private room. Hi, Kyoko.
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Is that another door?
So...
I can feel a breeze coming
Indeed.
out. Likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Hidden room. I think I might know how to open it.
Indeed.
A very easy trick. Keep out the zombies. Maybe that's why they put metal plates over lockers. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right
However,
up. But I don't have a clue what the password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there.
it's true.
I looked through all the paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much I wasted on this.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the Ultimate Despair. The PC still has some search results left on it.
However,
There's not much though, nothing we don't
in other
already know.
words,
The Ultimate Despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. The group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair.
however...
That's all there is.
Whew,
Look at all that whiskey. Oh, right. But information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our
Correct.
hands on. think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. Maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. If Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance.
What?
Sorry, I was just thinking of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred.
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. It works. Let's do it.
hey,
Turn to face the computer monitor. Kyoko Kirigiri. The plot thickens.
why?
Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Made it so unusual. Let's look around the room first. I'd better check out that suspicious present before I do anything. Okay, well, it wants me to do this. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Can't not open it.
Makoto.
You think it's dangerous? Surprising, probably, but not dangerous.
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see.
Anyway,
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted up the lid. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. Who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. Is that the headmaster's bones?
Wrong.
Not that I was thinking of the bone specifically, I just had a feeling it would be his body. Pretty much the same thing, a dead guy in a box?
Correct.
What you found in the box. That body. That's my father, or at least what's left of him. Is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for. How can you know that? How do you know that's him? Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. According to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. Remember that very first execution we saw? Yeah. The very first in the intro. Yeah. The only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students, which means he's been dead before they got here. Alter Ego said the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words,
Most likely, my father was in this school, but he is also dead. Kyoko's father is the headmaster, yes. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. No, she wasn't calm. She was trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought. though she knew it was a possibility, but I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong, which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties, but was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Couldn't help but wonder. Man. Probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without permission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like.
Because...
Sure? Never let anything get in the way of an investigation. I don't. Alright. Shot. Start from the top. I opened all the desk drawers and look inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer, the knee handbook, and it has a label on it that says, "In case of emergency."
In other words...
Handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what it is. I think you're probably right. It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. And we can use that to get into those lockers. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Kyoko. That's a picture of Kyoko.
Why would you...
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past, and yet... I now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here, and now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father?
Hey.
Can I ask you a favor?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it will only inconvenience you that much more,
Hey.
but... Could you leave?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd like to be alone for a little bit. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. Maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory, and this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily.
Anyway...
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately, so please just give me some time to myself. To find out what happened to the headmaster? There's no doubt the mastermind performed the evil deed. I don't think he was planning to get killed by a bear either. They killed the headmaster. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. Seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now. Headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is... one of the students. "15 of us met in the mail hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and you get 16, and including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, Aoi, Byakuya, Toko, Aoi, Kyoko, Yoko, me, and then whoever's still alive, apparently. I can count. Even she's undeniably dead. Me, Yakuya, Hiro, Coco, Ina, Yoko. Only those 6 people are still alive, and there's no question. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. Let's go check those lockers. Emergency handbook. This locker is totally disorganized. That looks like what Hero's stuff would have been. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. No way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. This Hero's stuff. This is a deck of playing cards? They're tarot cards. Whoever's stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Picked up one of the notebooks I saw, but the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I had may have evaporated. There was no denying what I saw. Yasuhiro Hagakure. Our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes from a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here? Hiro came to this school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had a chance to take any classes. What the hell? So maybe he's really not that stupid. He repeated high school 3 times. Yeah, he's been held back. Has he been held back at Hope's Peak 3 times? The letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. But that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. What she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when he was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. Just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. Quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. When I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, and scrawled. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a... The hell? There's a second despair. What the frick? There has to be some kind of explanation, but if I want to find out, I have to keep moving with the investigation. I have to believe in everyone. I am so confused right now. Okay.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASAP possible.
Well, off to the trap. Let's go. Oh, hey, hero. No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. Already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. Just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. There's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Yakuya and I were in the headmaster's room. We looked at that file. That's Mukuro Ikusaba. Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that, Just having everyone here posed like this is weird enough by itself. We're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. Now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture is all 15 other students, but not me. I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, and the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural, that everyone else is in the picture. But everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. If this picture is real, could that mean everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is a... How long are you gonna keep quiet, this rambling soliloquy of yours,
What
Hamlet?
are you gonna do?
You're kinda getting in the way standing there, you know? So get out.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? They'd be totally out of left field. That confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. I want to finish this tonight, I really do. But like, I'm legit hungry. Kinda want to go make something. Let's see, where are people? They in the dorm? Was Leon hover-handing Sayaka? Probably. Eatings for the week? Eh. Humans can survive days without food, I know. And I'm probably I'm definitely one of those people. I'm a big dude. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Sorry, gotta go. Why won't you talk to me? Oh, I'm still supposed to be in here? Okay. Maybe the kitchen? Crazy, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about a thing, man. Like, guys, don't sit there and like feel bad if you can't give me money. That's stupid. That makes me feel like a shitty person. Don't worry about it. If you can't sub, don't sub. If you can't do that treat stream thing that I set up and haven't even used yet, then don't worry about it. That doesn't bother me at all. Crazy, I've said it before and I'll say it again. You are in the chat, you are enjoying yourself while I play a game and try to do my best to entertain you guys. That's all I really asked for. Like, Little Caesars hot and ready pepperoni for like $7. There are no Little Caesars near me. Okay, so next to the archive. Hot and ready is typically carry out only, though. Really? I want hover over Byakuya. There we go. Listen, do you think we could talk?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Here you go, Toko and Kyoko. What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. What is going on here? First thing I saw when I got there, her passed out again. Toko? She's not dead, is she? Cold, it's super cold, it's so cold I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see.
I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me getting all excited, weren't you?
Have you reached that certain age?
So why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What do you do to Miss Morose? That's right. Your memory stops and starts every time you switch. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate.
SOB!
You don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. It's more like half. Well, all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat. I'm sure Byakuya is around somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
I assume
Oh, I'm on
so.
fire!
I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. No point in asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Gotta be some reason for it. Sure, they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily.
Makoto. Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize, but listen, about this room.
It would seem...
It's a morgue.
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in here, and well... Knew she'd
Indeed.
fainted? I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear. I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot here, when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Was Kyoko there the whole time? Well, we checked before and she wasn't there, so it must have been pretty recent.
Anyway,
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that.
Makoto. Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Because Mukuro's body is in there. Mukuro's body is inside the fridge?
See.
It's like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in class trial. Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So,
Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail. What should I do?
then.
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Same tarp as the one we found in the garden tool shed. And that tarp had a stamp on it that said Biolab. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the biolab and took it over here. Yes, you must touch the corpse for research.
It would seem...
The blue lights come on when a slot is occupied. Looking around the number of lights that are on, including Mukuro's, there's 9 in all. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. About the announcement Monokuma made earlier.
because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me, is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? It's gotta be it, there's no other explanation. Thank you, mods, for getting the spam bots. I mean, Nightbot. I don't want to disable links entirely, because you guys like to post reaction pictures, you know, have fun and stuff, but Nightbot can only catch what I put in the blacklist, so
Indeed.
anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief.
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. The burnt tissue made things more difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they were old?
Because...
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago.
Wrong.
The difference is immense considering the impression they give.
Listen.
They seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
Old wounds makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murderer. But we all got the Monokuma file after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they would have had anything to do with it.
So then...
But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work, but beyond using this to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind in the future.
Hey,
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Earlier when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her weight and height.
so...
Remembered all that? They were indeed consistent with the corpse. So then...
Indeed.
Don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. That's absolutely no mistake. Our victim in this case is without a doubt Mukuro Ikusaba.
And? So then...
It looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body.
Why?
Did you forget? She was our enemy once. Part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a
Hey.
victim. Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then...
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations. Hey Kyoko, I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have
What?
to ask. Have you really not seen your dad, even once since you got
What?
here?
So...
What do you mean? You know all those lockers on the second floor
Indeed.
dorms? But to get into any of those lockers, you'd need a handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Managed to get them open using the emergency
see.
handbook.
And?
Did you find anything worthwhile? A pocketbook, and after looking through it, it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that? Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? Can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers, and if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, not your father.
if that's true...
Would that mean that video is real too?
Makoto.
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes. Let me give you the Headmaster's Handbook. That way you can...
So-
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker.
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense.
So...
Class 78 urgent interviews? I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. Man, this stuff just keeps piling on. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us has ever been before. You have a second to listen to me ramble?
In other words...
As it turns out, the arrangement I'd made didn't stick. I'm less and less sure about everything, even my own feelings. I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life.
However...
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the Mastermind, there's no room in my heart for
I-
forgiveness. I swore to destroy the Mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness. So why does it bother me so much to know he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's no understanding to it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow. That's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I consider my task complete.
Hey,
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst.
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. All I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Sorry if that was strange.
then.
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. The AV room. Wait a minute, was there a... This is the main hall, right? Oops. The AV area is over here. I think. Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens, guys. All of a sudden, an image appeared. It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of a man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school? I accept.
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe.
Another spam bot, really. The bots are out in swarms tonight, guys. I'm sorry.
As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard, because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. What?
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
The I in the here and now had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
That doesn't sound like Makoto.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
That sounds like him.
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Without a doubt, she had met him. She'd sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father, and when he asked her this question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up.
Say what?
Oopsie, looks like it broke out of service.
Too bad.
Now then, when doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? You cut the power on purpose. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them the question, they'd all say yes. Let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
When I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect. Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. What would make you forget all that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Hey, Cosmic. Why must the ad buffer so slowly? I don't know, I'm sorry! Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind, so does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten?
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for
Why
a
is
fresh
the ad in
start.
Spanish? Because I'm Spanish. Akiro Taco Bell and all that.
There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black. There is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
The class trial is going to start. The last time all of our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. So, here's what I think. I'm thinking whatever memory thing that they did to Kyoko, it was obvious to her that it happened because since she's related to the headmaster, they had to go further. They couldn't just wipe the conversation out of there because she would have known stuff about the headmaster and all this other stuff way before anyone else, which would have led to a lot more questions earlier on, probably interrupt the whole thing. So, they whatever memory thing that they had to do, Kyoko got the worst of it. I'm thinking that while it was definitely Mukuro Ikusaba that was found in the garden, don't get ad block, please. Ads, like, if you absolutely need to use ad block, if it's causing a problem, please do it. Because I want you to be able to enjoy the stream. But if you don't have to use ad block, please don't. Because ads do directly benefit me as well. But I'm thinking that the body of Mukuro Ikusaba, I'm thinking that maybe since all this mind stuff has been happening where they mind wiped people, I'm wondering if since she had red nails on, she clearly had a wig on that was the same style of hair as Junko. I'm thinking that they used this memory manipulation to manipulate Mukuru into thinking she was Junko. And when her temper got the best of her, they killed her in the very beginning. And that's the same body we saw this time. And the bomb helped hide the fact that there were all those piercing holes through her body. But that's my idea. I don't know how correct that is. I don't know if I'm completely wrong, but that's my theory. My theory going into this. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, the despair, like, there's a second despair, which makes me think it's a two-person team, right? So if it's Mukuro and Junko, and they switch places, and then Junko betrayed her to continue having this game, I'm thinking Junko is the person all behind this. I'm thinking that the body was disguised to look like Junko, which was like the boots, the nails on the hand, the fake nails. Junko was the first person to die, but she wasn't killed by any of the students. So I don't know. We're gonna save though, and we're gonna play the game out, guys. So here we go. I'm gonna save here.
Makoto,
You're early, Makoto.
listen.
That mean you feel prepared? For now, at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However,
We're all in the same state of shock.
You called for me and so I appear. Oh, I'm on fire!
Strong silent master is so wonderful, so cool, so hot, my loins are ablaze. Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
My beautiful scissors!
Thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it.
whew,
No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Is everyone here? And wearing our gloomy Gus faces, I see.
Well now,
You can now see my beautiful face. You can now see my face. Not the beautiful part. Let's begin, guys.
Chills! Kills!
The final class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair.
That's fine.
Climaxium. By maximum? What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
today I'm feeling white.
I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
You guys.
Yes, QB, she's launch.
In the name of my family.
Were we not all given the same... Were we all, like, not given the same thing? Like, maybe Makoto was given a different hint than everyone else.
Hey. However... So...
I'm glad to hear you say that. Okay, so... I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, finally on steady legs, entered the elevator, passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later, I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. Slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site. Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? The always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills, kills!
I want to take a food break. This would be a good time to do so. Nah. I actually haven't done any shopping, so I actually don't have any food to make anyways. So, do I have any more skills to set? No.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right!
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me, I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
No, that's wrong.
I bet you everyone got a photo, and every photo they got, they weren't in it. I bet you that's
It's not just
it.
you three. I have evidence too.
I bet you that's it.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
Hero, You have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
Hero's a fucking idiot. Soccer was hauling ass, yeah.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
Proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos.
I got it!
The people who got the photos aren't in
In each
them.
case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing.
The people who aren't in the picture is the one taking it? It's possible.
In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
Why was Junko's face covered?
We just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time?
My chat is smart. My chat is real smart.
It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
She's turned around in that one. She's turned around in that one. Her arm's blocked. Taka's arm is blocking her in that one.
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of
Very,
that,
very smart.
they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that, so it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Amnesia.
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
No matter how much they refuse, that's the absolute truth. They have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. There's another way to prove it besides those pictures. Machine of pics. The DVD.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, that's wrong.
DVD.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that.
It's porn.
It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hopes Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Yakia with the truth.
That? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
Man, this is okay, so everyone got amnesia. I'm honestly thinking if these pictures are real, that means everyone had to have gone to school with each other for a while. And that when the decision was made to ask people to live in the school forever, that's when the memory loss happened? Like that's when they did whatever they did?
Kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, will you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
There's a secret ending and no, I can't get it anymore. Damn.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say,
yeah,
right?
Kindle knows what's up. There's a couple chat commands for you guys if you want. There's an exclamation point sub, exclamation point Twitter, exclamation point food, and exclamation point uptime. So if you're curious as to how long I've been streaming for, you can use uptime to check how long I am. There's a treat stream thing, which is the food one. Twitter just links my Twitter, and exclamation point sub gives you the button if you're on mobile or whatever and you want to sub. That gives you a link to do that directly.
I knew I could count on you!
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost.
Hey, you smarty. How are you, man?
There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with? To try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
There must have been a reason everyone had agreed to live at this school. If they did agree to it, if there had to have been a reason, an experience they had, bonds with each other that made them want to live together for all that time. If they used those memories to take that away, they would just go right back to the way they were before, wanting to get out.
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
The one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's who we need to expose.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly! You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
Gotcha.
No, it's wrong. There's no question that the
Secret ending ain't
mastermind
a big
is somewhere
deal?
within
Okay.
the school.
No question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Here's the fun part. We know, while we have to be certain that the mastermind is a student, we know that the 6 surviving students that we're all friends with, none of them is Monokuma, because whoever's controlling Monokuma is in the control room right now. What did NJS do?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
How do you untime out? You just meant to purge. Alright, NJS, you should be good now. This killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
For the mods that, if you accidentally time someone out, or if you accidentally ban them, slash unban, and then their name, it works even for timeouts. That'll get them back up and running.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me! I blame Makoto!
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed!
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The Mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
Dude didn't take care of his dreads. I know.
That's a good point.
Like, he's gone fucking Super Saiyan with them.
Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
The other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense.
The Monokuma files are asshole-ish when they say that the victim had multiple injuries, but they don't actually say what killed him. Yeah.
Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know.
You're wrong.
She denied me before I could even say anything.
This game gives you a raging clue. Yeah, me too.
Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Spoiler alert, Toko's actually fucking weird. She doesn't bathe. You're so sure we're gonna deny you. Why bother saying it in the first place? She gets off on it. Get the mop.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got...
No, that's wrong.
When the profile actually said that when she got there, the headmaster was surprised at how little marks there were on her.
Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle.
She actually came there spotless.
The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of the master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility.
Yeah, Toko's a weird one.
When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
You know what it's time for? I think it's time for the green screen drink. Which is actually blue, but like you can kind of see it right now, but like for some reason it catches the green screen. Like if I put my hand behind it, it's actually blue, I promise. All right.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions,
magic drink.
I think we can say this with confidence.
Totally what it is.
The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
But if that's what killed her... then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
I got it!
Mastermind.
The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
Even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo. Comparing that to the masked attacker, be obvious. The attacker did not have the Fenrir tattoo. There we go.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot. Or perhaps the left foot. Or could it be the hips? You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face,
I guess I missed.
There's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot.
Or perhaps, or could it be the hips?
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Was it the right hand? I thought it was the left. You guys are right. It's the right hand. It's the right hand. I'm really bad. Okay. You guys are right.
You never saw their face, so you can't have any.
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is it, the right hand?
Okay, no. So I'm gonna take the right hand.
Shoot.
Because it could have been the Monokuma file, because the Monokuma file mentions the tattoo on the right hand. So I'm actually going to grab.
I'm telling you now, you're wrong. There's another part of the attacker.
Oh? And what is it, the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot.
Like, there were multiple possibilities it could have been. Because the Monokuma file directly references that there is a tattoo on the hand. It says it was a burnt tattoo on the hand. It mentions it. I swear it does.
You never saw.
Actually, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That was something we came up with later. It actually isn't in the Monokuma file.
That's
just me being stupid.
So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was
No, that's wrong.
Okay.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, oh, but I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yes, the red mark on the mask is the same as Monokuma's left eye.
But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
Lots of noises upstairs. Sorry, guys, if you hear that.
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
She taking off her gloves? Yoko was removing
Your
her gloves.
hands!
It was more than just a
Awful,
little
isn't
burned
it?
skin.
It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on. So, her
My
hands are
scars
burned.
should suffice as proof.
The attacker did not have those.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Yes, hello viewers, like, this is a visual novel mostly, so I don't mind people not really talking all that much in chat, just hoping you're enjoying.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Happy to be able to keep you guys entertained, at least for the moment.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow, she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right?
Oh, was she killed and then put in the morgue to keep her fresh, and then the tarp was used in the biolab to move her to the garden? Oh. To stream, must the game be digital, or can you stream a physical copy? I can stream a physical copy. The Vita TV, it has a game slot. It has a slot for games, and I also have this Vita, which is a capture Vita. You can see that right there. That is a USB port that outputs video, which is how I was playing Persona 4 Dancing All Night last night.
The culprit
So
stash her
no matter
somewhere?
what,
She couldn't have
I can
been
play
in
the
garden
game.
the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
I actually originally had a PlayStation TV to play Persona 4 Golden.
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
I mean, I have an Amazon wish list that I don't put anywhere,
Kept hidden in the biolab.
which is kind of dumb to have a wish list. I mean, Kindle, if you're serious about it, I'll go add it to that and then link you.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue, so it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Yeah, they kept the body in the
And
kitchen.
you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact,
Okay,
I have proof.
Kindle, once the stream's over, man, I'll hit you up on Twitter about it. Yeah, like, I love the Vita. Like, I think the Vita's a great console. Just no one supported it. I think it's a great thing. Something that's made, so that's the tarp.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says Biolab.
AE spoils Danganronpa 2? Okay. Can't wait for the Digimon game? Dude, I will stream the shit out of that so fast. You dislike handhelds in general? Yeah, I have really big hands, like, because I'm a fatty. And so, like, portable consoles are kind of rough for me. The Vita is fine, but yeah, I definitely like being able to use a controller.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
And that inconsistency was the fact that there were 7 empty lockers when there should have only been 6.
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
The inconsistency in the biolab. Should you be talking
Hey,
about...
by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think I'm talking about? Your family. Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Unmasking the mastermind.
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
But my family. Makoto just wants his family back. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. If I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers just don't match up.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this?
There we go.
I'm not listening!
What? It was the lights!
What are you even talking about? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? I'm not listening! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! I'm not listening!
I tried all 3 things! What?
I refuse to give up yet.
Maybe I was just a little late with the first one. I agree. Maybe I was just a little late on it. I was too slow the first time? Okay. I will take you guys' word for it.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
So I was too slow the first time. Okay, so what I thought was it saying I was wrong, it was me being slow.
Talking about is the lights.
Okay. Alrighty, so I goofed.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body
Done
in it,
goofed.
a
That's
blue
right.
light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
9 plus 6 is 15, hero. And there's 16 people. Number of lights that should be on is 10.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Welcome back, Green.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth. Hifumi seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura ninth. Mukuro was number 10.
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Oh my god, what do you guys think that maybe in one of the containers there's just a thing of butter? That would be amazing.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be
That would be incredible.
that none of them disappeared.
Well, if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths. But that's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
It would be okay, it's like really shitty amazing, but it would be amazing.
Shoot! I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far.
Monokuma is death, Monokuma is hate.
But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still, something like that.
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
Sounds like I was a little bit right.
No, that's crazy.
Sounds like I was a little bit right.
Killed as someone else? Come on!
It's a zombie.
Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
We're dealing with zombies.
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
You were a little bit pizza shit, that's right.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mando Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe... Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way
anyone was murdered
twice! Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as?
Junko.
Was it Sayaka? Junko
Enoshima?
Okay, so I know what I gotta do. I gotta pick the name and then put it through murdered twice. Got it.
Who is this someone else? Was it Sayaka? Junko
Enoshima?
Leon Kuwata?
Chihiro, Mando, Kiyotaka, Hifumi, Celestia, Lu...
Or maybe... Sakura Ogami? No. There's no
way anyone was
murdered.
No, that's wrong.
We got it.
Junko, wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
I hope they use that line. I would have gotten away with murder if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight.
So Junko had switched places with Mukuro. The mastermind is Junko, isn't it?
Junko, or
Mastermind
someone
Junko.
going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily
Is that what the
be
red
these
fake
same
nails
injuries.
were for? And the wig? Having tried to dress her up like Junko?
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She... Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
No. Mukuro's not the one that's alive because... Tattoo. It was definitely Mukuro. So Mukuro was...
The body we found in the garden... It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
The body we found in the garden... It wasn't Mukuro.
Okay.
No, that's wrong.
Using her profile to remind everyone about the tattoo.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no
John
question
Cena
it's her.
did it?
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then...
Someone's made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be. It's Junko.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Yeah, we did check her pulse.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive...
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud.
Which is why you know your previous conclusion was correct.
Too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Monokuma only speaks up when you get too close.
Oh? You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
No, of course not.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way?
God dang zombie clones.
Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
Maybe she used some sort of... Yeah, maybe she used some sort of trick. Placed?
Now I understand.
Yeah.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Yeah, what if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
I think Junko and Mukuro switched places. So Mukuro was dressed up like Junko, which is why when Makoto looked at Junko, he mentioned right away how she looked nothing like she did in the photos. And then she just quickly responded with Photoshop. But maybe there's more of a reason. Maybe it's because it wasn't her.
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Yeah, everyone that's said anything to me about Danganronpa 2, everyone says that as good as this game is, Danganronpa 2 is one of the few times where the sequel's even better. So...
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
If you ordered Danganronpa 2, you should be in for one hell of a game.
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that.
Lufia 2 is better than 1, but you need to play... Oh, 2's a prequel, though. Yeah, I believe that.
So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
You need to figure out how to explain how they could have switched.
I got it!
They switched at the very beginning.
Two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met.
Kyrim4, thank you for following, man. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your time here.
If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met...
The Junko we met wasn't the real Junko.
Actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was.
You like the hamster I used, the Hamtaro? Yeah, Nightfall 1007, thank you for following, man. I originally used a different GIF for that, but once I got my sub button a few days ago, I moved that picture, that GIF, onto the subscribe thing. So the subscribe alert is basically the old follow alert, because I'm lazy.
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. that would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished.
Aha!
Plus, there were the fake
really?
nails found on the hands
50
of
viewers.
Mukuro's
Thank you guys
body.
for coming out. There were fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. That's right, the red fake fingernails.
They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
Junko herself was the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
They were working together. Why did Junko kill her? It was probably a partnership from the beginning, but I don't know. Maybe it was to keep Mukuro from spoiling anything. I don't know.
And why haven't you been saying
That's one of the
anything?
only things we don't know yet, is why did they work together? Or was it intentional? Was Junko doing all this from the beginning and maybe mind-wiped her too to make her think she was Junko? Who knows?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
In the group photos.
Shoot!
So that, I guess that's the second thing I present.
Shoot!
I don't know what it means by the latest investigation. Yeah, I can't think about what they're asking for either. Maybe it's talking about when we were watching the DVD and he pulled the plug on the DVD player?
I got it!
Okay.
While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
So it was actually talking about this time and not when we were actually investigating the body. Okay. It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which meant the DVD player wasn't playing anymore. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime.
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
Mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. That's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. And now can I present the group photo?
Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up! That's impossible! That's impossible!
This should prove it.
Got him. Nice argument. Grrr. Yeah.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Junko's face is always blocked. We got him.
I got it!
Got him.
Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
Wait, I never noticed fucking Sakura shoryuking a giant, using shoryuken on a giant fish in the pool. What the frick? Welcome back, Cosmic.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt
it was mentioned like 6 times in the chat. Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
The real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed.
Yeah, you guys, I completely missed it. I'm sorry. I'm a big old jerk. I wasn't looking at the chat during the time.
Wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now.
Let's do it! Let's prove it! What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the hall? Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? Is that right? Yeah. Act 4. The mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? Knife! A kniff! When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped them? It's Kyoko. Mastermind fled my room. Is that right? What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? What was the condition of the dead body when I first found it in the garden? Bomb, explosion. It got blown up. The fire. Alright, let's double check this, guys. That's that same picture, so that's not it. Wait, that last picture's not right, is it? No, that's a furnace. That's not correct at all. Couldn't identify the body because it's been blown up. Do that. The only ones I'm unsure about are these two right here. They could easily be switched. That's from the Hifumi and Taka murder. Alright.
Here's exactly what happened. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima.
They're right?
After
Okay.
we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th
I'm gonna put this on auto.
who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko and Oshima.
Maybe she knew she wouldn't have to deal with Mukuro for so long because she had a temper from being
her body was kept
like
in a
that.
biolab,
And
which
she
had been
used her
converted
abuse
into a morgue.
and like she used her breaking the rules to set an example for the students so they knew exactly what they were dealing with.
Until
that's
Junko
maybe what I'm
decided
thinking.
to put her body to use.
But then again, they said the ultimate despair was multiple people, so I'm thinking it was those two.
Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me.
They were right. Yep, you guys were right.
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma.
It was Satan.
The real Junko Enoshima.
We did it. Hey, King Frost.
That's the whole story behind
I like that
this
name.
incident. Well,
I like that
what do you
Shimigami
have to
Tensei
say to
name, if
that?
that's what that's for, man. I like that name a lot. King Frost 1 is now following. Thank you, man. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay.
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Yeah, Persona. Yeah, we used King when we played through Persona 4. King Frost was a staple for a while. That and definitely Black Frost too. Black Frost was crazy.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
What is that voice?
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
You love Miss Enoshima? Wait a minute, is that a... Wes Rob? Alright, so we're gonna say no thanks.
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you.
Oh my god, it's Daria.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
Real Junko Enoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free.
Oh my god, it's fucking Daria.
Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day, it was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
I'm sure I've seen her too somewhere. It was definitely before I got to this school.
Shoot!
Cool. Yeah, had to be that.
That's right. It was before I ever came to the school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course, those are totally photoshopped. Yeah, see? She just brought up Photoshop like immediately.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along.
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
I'm me, and Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima!
Okay, finally some personality.
And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
In Japanese, her bored voice was a parody of Dio's from JoJo's. That's amazing. That's amazing.
But if she was your twin, that means...
But it was
killed your own
I,
sister?
Dio.
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
God, she is fucking wonky.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities: atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
Have
never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
What?
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal, just as I suspected.
It just keeps going.
When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
This wasn't supposed to... Why? Me?
So, you figured it out?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything.
Well then.
We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
Brave, are you sure about that? I feel like the anime... Oh, the dub hasn't been released yet. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you could probably go find it somewhere, like, subbed.
That's not true at all.
I was gonna call you wrong, because people have been, showing GIFs of the anime in chat, but, yeah, no, nothing about the dub, so.
We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
This chick screwed up.
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality
That's
doesn't even
entirely
begin
fucked.
to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No, I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Cause on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood. Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
So, how super was that despair? A lot.
You've already solved
Lot of
this
super.
mystery, right?
straight, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
The memories that were stolen from us and what they must be related to.
Shoot!
Memories that were stolen from us and what they must be related to. Motives.
I got it!
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all.
Hey, Wakana. Shoutouts to this Junko being voiced by Chie? Really? I thought Genocide Jill was.
When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
What was the theme of the motive I presented? Oh, yeah. Human connection.
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys?
Yes, I do, Daria.
Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example...
Yeah, having a lot of fun,
your
Wakana.
family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question!
How can you just switch to a different voice like that?
So, what was the theme for the second motive?
Oh, she does both characters? Oh. For the second murder, the motives theme was when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. I mentioned how I used to wet the bed, so the theme was... the past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Secrets from your past that you didn't want people to know.
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets!
Okay.
And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
You can finally say, Junko is awesome. You can say it now, but oh my god, do I disagree. She's fucking weird.
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
The third motive was greed.
It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Before we continue, guys, I'm just throwing out there that if you guys are new to the stream, we stream every day. I stick to RPGs typically. So if you're new here, feel free to hit that follow button, as many of you have done today, which I thank all of you so much. And if you feel up to it, there's also a sub button that we've only had for a few days now. We're working towards 25 subs, as it says in the bottom of the video, to get 2 more emotes, and from there, I will figure out what you guys think the next 2 emotes should be, and I'll contact somebody to see about getting them made.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Motive in the case of Sakura's death. What was it that made Sakura decide to kill herself? Had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. So the theme of the motive in the 4th case was... a couple of these are right, but...
I got it!
Betrayal.
In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see... Once I revealed
Sell out,
Sakura's
boys! Oh, I
betrayal,
didn't make the command,
that
I
led to
forgot.
everything that came afterwards.
Hey, you demon.
Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill
One day.
as there are
One day
people
we'll
on
have a
Earth.
sellout. We'll have a sellout command.
They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. 2 sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Did something happen before that made people want to stay together in the first place? And taking that away is what gave them hope and made them want to get out? I don't know.
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then
Not
we
a zombie
wouldn't
attack.
wanna leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow.
You can really hear Chie in this particular voice.
So, just like Crazy Yeti slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint. Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
The world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then,
Prepare for the feels.
Sesame!
Kinda wanna go to a Persona stream? Well, feel free to do so, man. We streamed Persona 4 last, we took a whole month to stream Persona 4.
Behold! The world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right? What you just saw, all of you should recognize it. That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, cause now it's time for the final class trial! Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody...
Remembering.
Oh yeah, Genocide Jack probably remembers. That's right.
Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I'm sorry if you guys end up hearing some noises. There's nothing I can do about it.
I see. If their memories are separate...
There's just some very heavy bass coming from upstairs. It should be fine, though.
Then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
As soon as Byakuya says it, bam, sneeze.
It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer! Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you!
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye, Roger, you got it, Captain!
Warkana, we have Nightbot in here. It's like, they're... I keep adding new stuff to the blacklist and they just keep coming in with like YouTube videos and stuff. Like YouTube links and other links that look like other links. I can't add them all without like limiting what the actual people in the chat can link as well.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know? Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
All this time, Jill fucking knew? Oh, it's annoying.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is... now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history!
We got it! We got it! What the fuck happened?
In basically no time flat! The world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Tagami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Tagami family?
What could it be?
Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it. Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick,
Anarchy happens, simply put.
Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated!
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Got fucked a full year ago, damn.
Hold on, that doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth.
The memory loss.
And the truth
You don't know how long she took it.
Everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God.
So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are...
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
You don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us...
I got it!
It's our life at Hope's Peak.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life. That's not possible!
Nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe it. I want it to be impossible, but if it's the truth, then we have to accept it.
Years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
Got it.
No, that's wrong!
His notebook from the locker on the second floor.
Hiro, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the second floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Wuzza, is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
Warkana, I don't know what you're talking about NJS about, because, like, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, that's literally what they've, like, said, like, 12 times during just this trial.
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about, but just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
I don't know details. Okay.
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you've forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But this world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Yeah, Toko has, this chick has Toko beat on multiple
personalities. That's at the heart of all of this.
She's talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories. I can only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall, and that was...
I got it!
You fainted.
The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assume not much time had passed since I collapsed in the main hall.
That means Toko hasn't bathed in 2 years. Oh god. Ew. Yeah.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof, gone. Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other.
But by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together.
She was in the pool at least once.
Killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, all about the idea we came up with is the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind. Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
Headmaster.
I got it!
He's definitely the headmaster.
The headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise, to say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
Makes sense.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work.
This is like way different from everything else we thought.
And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
Muted my mic for a second, guys. Sorry about that.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live, so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
After you've done with this, are you going to the alternative world game that you unlocked after Chapter 1? I didn't know I unlocked anything.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
So the reason they did the TV show, why they hijacked the airwaves, was to show all the people who still did have hope about a future that even the most hopeful people in the world, all secluded alone in a shelter, were a lost cause. Mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world. That was... hijack. Hijack the airwaves.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless?
Sell that booty, Nightbot. Yeah, sell that booty. Pizza shit, that's right. So full of
You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
Not to
Truthful
mention,
despair?
all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
Alright, that's when you know shit's serious. When Jill cannot laugh about it.
We get it. We get it, okay?
Yeah, this game is like the definition of my name. Yeah, that's totally right.
You're totally awesome, right? We get it already! So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you, for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
Knowing how people's personalities were, she took their memories. She killed every single one of them.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us.
All the windows have metal sheets over them. You can't actually look out a window.
It's murder! Plain and simple! You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean, we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live!
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me, and make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed!
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
Jesus.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No! That's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
You're gonna sacrifice Makoto to fucking... No.
Yoko, you could
Fuck
never
that.
betray your
Fuck
father,
that.
could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
Yeah.
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope. And your stupid life!
Ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy. By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end. Meh. All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting. So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Sleep, it's on a bed of despair. The world is in despair. You are in despair. Oh wow, I actually lost. Wow, okay. If despair is contagious like you say, so is hope. I'll use my own hope to plant seeds of hope inside everyone else.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
By the way,
So do I just have to fast forward now?
If I die, in other words, as soon as the communal life you've all been living, all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside.
Because whatever I have to hit, it's not going to be the fucking ... It's not going to be that.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Where am I?
If I were to die,
I feel like that has something to do with
end
it.
of Hope's Peak Academy.
By the way, the air outside, the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifiers.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words,
as soon as the communal life you've all been living, all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside. So, what do you think you just done?
I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I've lost like half my health though because of it.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now.
Okay, I got
All
you.
my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. Yeah! But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door.
Like I knew hope
There must be
had
something new
something to
waiting
do
for
with
me.
it. It was just trial and error.
So that's why. That's why. No matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Do I just do it over and
If
over?
I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here
I should do the last ones
is
first. Yeah,
thanks to the
definitely.
air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will
second one.
screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end. Meh.
Third one.
All of you will have to leave.
You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now!
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you?
Yoko had white dots.
It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
we won't give up! As long
as there's hope, if I were to die, that would be the end of it. I've decided to head by the way. The air outside the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifier.
If I died, the purifiers will screech to a halt.
Oh, I forgot to get hope! Fuck!
As soon as I die, the communal life you've all been...
Damn it.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside. But I already said I would claim the Mastermind. So, what do you think you just died?
I forgot to get hope. Alright. Whoops! I'm so good at this game, guys.
As long as there's hope, you will never give up!
No! No!
If I were to
I
die...
fucked! I fucked up super bad! No!
I've decided to head by the way. The air outside the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifier.
I'm upset with myself, guys.
In other words,
Getting nervous? No, I'm getting... I've been doing this for fucking 3 hours.
said I would claim the Mastermind. So, what do you think you just died?
Literally! I've been in a class trial for what feels like 3 hours.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we will never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of hope.
I've decided to head by the way. The air outside the only reason we're okay is thanks
To the air purifiers.
If I die,
The purifiers will screech to... In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Don't lose hope now!
You did say it takes a while, but...
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. But no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of hope.
I decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now!
I've been thinking about all this.
The ending, what did I expect? I expected a slightly longer trial, but not 3 hours.
And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do?
I didn't expect 2 trials in a row.
Stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason
Do I have
we're
to shoot
okay
anything
here
else? I don't think there was any other yellow
is
stuff.
thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. Say whatever you want.
I mean, there's clearly
I've
still
made
going to be
my
something I have to
decision.
shoot, so...
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt,
In other words, as soon as I die,
Preemptive hope grab.
the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Ah!
Don't lose hope now!
Good thing I grabbed that at the beginning just in
I didn't
case.
really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you?
The ultimate hope has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
Not any kind of elite or anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. Okay.
You suck! So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless!
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going!
Got it. We did it!
I refuse to give up! I refuse to get bored! I refuse to throw it all away! I refuse to despair! Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward!
What's going on?
Hope keeps on going.
What's happening?
That's it? Are we done? I got a C because the wording sucked in that section. The B was because I'm bad.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Just gotta pull the lever.
I'm ready to go!
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
The hell?
Indeed.
I lost? Well,
Wait.
that's just...
It can't be! Still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just totally the best! So this is despair.
We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it. We come this far and fail at the very end.
Despair?
It's the most ultimate despair.
And now
I was so hopelessly desperate, I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It was my first and last colossal despair here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest grade despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
Despair?
I'm so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
She's enjoying this.
Anyway.
Are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I win or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
The best!
Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Possible. Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we've decided to enter the outside world with hope. Makoto totally seduced us over to his side.
Hey.
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
However,
the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is.
No.
I hate those faces you're making. To see those awful looks causes me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
Fine, let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, there's no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope. But there's a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope? Of course.
It's fine.
It was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my dialogue. Monologue. That thing. Always done though, so... I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
Can't be.
Not like I want you to die, you don't have to...
Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste that despair of death that you only get once in life.
Don't get in my way!
Okay.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful. Even 1/10 of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this.
What is with her eyes? Her eyes are Dreamcasts.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Gonna experience all of them at once? Is she gonna experience all of them at once? Enjoy all of them at once. Mondo butter for Junko pancake? She dead as hell. Final class trial. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy, it was all over. Well, damn, guys. Now I want to save. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. With one exception, the air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said, they shut off immediately. That was the only difference.
Danganronpa.
The epilogue begins. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door and nobody made a sound. Felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. Stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. In the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point we need to leave.
Makoto.
Makoto, would you do the honors? Took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
Is that really the key to the
Indeed.
door? Don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words...
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping it. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But...
Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. Junko never said specifically that she'd let us leave here alive.
It's true.
You may be right about that.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it.
My beautiful scissors!
If something ever happened to Master, I'd take those scissors and jam them so far up... Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're about to leave the school. Leave? We can go outside? And that means me and Master can get married? And he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway...
I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem. What happens after we get out that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
serious?
Maybe when we get out of here, we'll see that everything she said about the world is a lie. Marty, this is some shit, man. On the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. Peaceful as remember. No matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. How do I put this? Unlike this school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there's also has to be lots of hope.
In other words...
The act of searching for hope to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
Am I wrong?
That what you mean, Makoto? I don't need you to spell any of it out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it.
My first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
What are you going to do if there are no more donut shops? Or donuts?
Okay.
Anime Chick 720 is now following. Thank you. Welcome to the stream and enjoy your stay.
Hmm.
There's no road. You just got to build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be...
That's my hope.
How about that?
They've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin. Totally opened my eyes. Seriously creeping me out, man. Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. So few of us, and we're so small. But what can we do? We can probably do anything. We can do anything!
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed. But if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Button. Looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open, with my hands with our hands. Hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. How badly that must hurt. Gonna wait until nighttime? You don't actually get to see? I feel robbed. I feel robbed! Turn that down just a little bit for you guys. Am I gonna play through Danganronpa 2? I actually don't own it. But if you don't find it, seriously, they do that on purpose for the second game. Ugh. Thomas Earl Parker is now following. Thank you, man. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoyed. Final thoughts. That was a good-ass game. That was really good. I kind of wish I had the second one to just start up tomorrow, but I don't. So I'll have to look for another RPG to play. How fucked would that be if they just walked into another school? Yeah, I'd heard good things about Danganronpa for a long time, man. And I finally just had the reason to play it. Demon Ninja is the whole reason we had Danganronpa to play, so everybody thank Demon if you can. Throw up some emote spam. Thank Demon, because he was the one who purchased this game for me. What RPGs do I have available? I'll actually have to look through, because I do have a lot of games. Like I've got, off the top of my head, I have a bunch of PS2 Shin Megami Tensei games. Final Fantasy 12, Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, which I do not want to play ever, so please don't make me do that. I have Undertale. Sturries gave me Undertale. I have a couple Tales games. You've seen enough people streaming Undertale? Really? Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of streaming Monster Hunter on Wednesday. Because Wednesday is the 7-year anniversary that I have been streaming on Twitch. Not just Twitch, though. Like, I started on Justin TV, and then I migrated over to Twitch. So it's been 7 years since I started streaming to Justin TV. Because I know for a fact the day I created my account, I streamed. So I figured I'd do a little throwback to what I used to stream way back in the day. And maybe stream Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Yeah, we tried playing Dragon Quest VIII, but unfortunately it has issues with being played on a PS3. It just fucks with the audio. Which Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Like, I've got my 3DS right here. You can, yeah, you can see that slot right there. It's a, oh, okay. Well, my roommate's gonna light it for you guys. This is a Capture 3DS, as you can see by that slot right there. Oh, there's an after credit scene. So, I was thinking I was gonna stream some 4 Ultimate. Divine Hero 1 has just subscribed. Thank you, man. You are the man. Let me go and change that sub goal before I continue reading. So we are at 16 of 25. To any of you who watch this playthrough who might be new to the stream, I stream every day. We tend to stick to RPGs, but I do venture off sometimes. Like sometimes I'll play a game like Metal Gear Solid 5. Sometimes I'll just play whatever game I want to, like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance I did just a couple weeks ago for fun. Sometimes I'll just play a bad game to laugh at it. So, but we tend to stick to RPGs, so if you guys like RPG streams, hit that follow button, and anytime you're on Twitch, you might see me streaming. Let me grab my controller and continue. What?
Interesting.
What?
Things are getting very
What?
interesting indeed.
What? What? But we, what? What?
Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear.
Turn that up for you guys.
I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
What? We did it! School mode? There's apparently new modes now? School mode. The what if simulation type play mode. School mode? Is this just a short thing, or... Like, I'll check it out if you guys want, but... It might be their school life leading up to the game. Oh, you do that school modes just for doing the social link stuff? Okay, if it's just for the social link stuff, then... So it's a what-if scenario if no one killed anybody, but they were still trapped in the school. So it's basically just to get all the record cards filled. I gotcha. Alright, so... we'll ignore that. But guys, this has been a fantastic game. Thank you all for watching. Our viewership dipped after we beat the game. But I appreciate you guys coming out. It means a lot. We're trying to grow the stream, streaming every day, but it's nothing without you guys coming. So I want to thank you guys immensely. I'm gonna hop off now, guys, but I want to send you over to a guy that, since I started streaming again, he gave me one of my big hosts. So I want to send you over to him. Thank you guys so much. There's a sub button, a follow button. Hit those things if you feel like. There's some more stuff under the stream. This has been a fantastic game. I'm gonna go off now. You all take care. I'll figure out something for tomorrow. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.